All right. Well, we're gonna skip the intro scene today, I guess, cause I forgot. Anyway, here we are. Blah blah blah. I'm back. I'm back. We have some cool stuff to do today. Been waiting to do this one for a couple of weeks, and finally getting around to it. We are going to work on some Atari Lynxes today. Now, I don't know if you noticed a difference. I have a new microphone as well. I got really tired of my wireless mics deciding to die in the middle of the stream and then not let me know that they were dead. So, what I ended up doing was buying an Elgato mic and hooking it up. And so we're going to just test it out today and see how well it performs, and I'll decide if I keep it or not. Kind of poking through this real quick because there's an inductor in here that I might be able to save, maybe. I'm probably just going to have to dump this out on a paper towel later and really take a look. So, y'all are following my channel, you'll have realized that I modded a Game Gear last weekend with the new version of a clean screen. And said version of clean screen also came with an IPS display. And I was very excited about it until I turned it on and then realized that there was stuff wrong with it. And what was wrong with it is the supposedly, according to the manufacturer of the clean screen, and to be real honest with you, I don't really buy this excuse because the clean screen version 1 functioned absolutely flawlessly for both Sega Master System and Game Gear games, and the new version is struggling. And according to the manufacturer of the clean screen, it's because the flash cart that I use doesn't put out the correct voltages. And I'm supposed to modify the flash cart with some transistors to level that out. Or I could also modify the clean screen board with a slightly less resistance resistor and hope that solves my problem. So when that shows up, that's what we're going to do next week, because I'm going to modify the clean screen board, because that thing's cheap. It's like $40, and if it blows out, or if I think really the big problem is if I don't take care of the voltages according to him, then it's going to fry the ASIC on the Game Gear cheaper. But considering the Game Gear boards are like $30 a pop, and my and my flash cart is like closer to 200, I'd rather ruin a Game Gear board versus my flash cart. And considering the circuit that got put together was really kind of like more of a proof of concept than anything, I really don't know how much faith I put into it, and I don't know if I want to risk a $200 flash cart with this shit. So I'm gonna start by modifying the clean screen, and if that doesn't work, then maybe I'll move on and try out the flash cart mod. But honestly, not really too keen on that one. And again, I know this sounds very conspiracy theory like. I just don't buy this guy's excuse. I think it's a shitty design or an overlook on this guy's design on his new version of the board rather than anything. And I will give him some credit in that he's trying to help me work through some things. But you know, I still I'm scratching my head as to why this version 1 board functioned flawlessly, but version 2 is like not wanting to work all the way. And even some Game Gear games like Sonic Drift, which he's blaming on a clock speed issue, which could also be related to the voltage thing. So anyway, I'm supposed to fix modify either the card or the board, and then get back to him on whether or not the fix worked. And if it doesn't, then we've got some other issues. On top of which, I'm also dealing with a really, really bad feedback loop on the new soundboard. So I've just the upgrades that I put in the Game Gear last time I'm just not very happy with them right now. And we're gonna work through it and see if we can get them fixed. Nothing's impossible to, well, most things are not impossible to fix. So we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Doing a little bit of self-promotion real quick. Usually this is the stuff I do while the start screen is running. But completely just rushed into this because I'm late. I wanted to wait. So I bought 2 Atari Lynxes. And then just this past week, someone was offering a really good deal on a very much almost factory new Lynx that came with a sealed game, a battery pack, and a sealed comlink cable, which was crazy. And I paid like next to nothing for it. I mean, I paid more than I wanted to, but I just figured with all the extras, it was a really good deal. And so I picked it up. And now I have 3 Atari Lynxes. So we're going to fix up all of them. The two that I currently have do function. And the third one that I just got supposedly doesn't function. So we're going to test that out real quick. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to work on one of the less nice consoles first. So that way, if I screw something up, it's not too bad. But these things are very simple. And what I'm really most concerned about, to be quite honest, is getting the rubber off and then back on again. But I think we'll be okay. So I'm just doing some self-promotion real quick. Alright, got that going. I'm going to go over to here and bug these assholes. Perfect. Okay, so now we are good to go. New microphone, self-promoted a little bit. I'm gonna do a quick test here. So I'll break out the system now. So this is the one that I just got today. Okay, so I really got to give a shout out here to this company, Retro HQ, who have developed flashcards for some of the less popular systems out there, including the Neo Geo Pocket Color and the Atari Lynx. Now, the Atari has a relatively small library of games. Even though it's a fairly old console, they didn't really make too much software for it. So, yeah. To say it's a niche product is kind of an understatement. It takes 6 AA batteries. I'm just going to take a quick look in here. So the guy that I bought this from said it was a factory return or something along those lines. The screen lens is just a little marked up, but I mean nothing that I would not kind of expect, but the plastic is perfect pretty much. I mean, any little bit of wear and tear that I'm seeing on this thing is really from normal usage. Now I wonder, I'm pretty like 99.9% sure this is one of those systems that unless you have a game in the cartridge slot, it won't turn on. So I'm hoping really that the no power issue is really more because he just didn't know how the system worked, and that this is also fully functional. It does run off a 9, does take a 9-volt center positive DC connector, so if you have one of those lying around, probably a little bit easier than plugging in 6 batteries. On these old These old school color consoles, man, let me tell you, they are battery destroyers. And this is no different. They actually use a compact fluorescence tube. Now, did I have that in the wrong? Yeah, I do put that the wrong way. Thought that felt weird. So we gotta go positive this side, and there we go. Now, that's how you do it. So I'm gonna pop that in real quick. Then we got our game card right here, which is really cool. The only thing I'm not a huge fan is they have a 3D printed shell on them, so... Oh yeah, 100%. No power. Okay, cool. Very cool. So just keep trying real quick. Yeah, 100% no power on this one. So, we're going to set this one aside for now. And I want to work on one that is a little bit more beat up. And we'll recap it, do the power system upgrade. And then once I get my feet wet with it, I'll move over to this one, and then we'll see if we can get this one actually working. The kind of crappy thing, though, is that I don't really have a way to power the system, so I'm kind of going to be crossing my fingers. Alright, so this is one of the more beat up ones. The glass or plastic lens in this one is very spotted and marked up, and I'm hoping that most of that's internal. Plastic is a little old. And just the normal wear and tear, but again, this, despite the dust and kind of grime on this one, which, again, just a little bit of alcohol will 100% clear up, no problem. And the battery cover on this one, much dirtier. There's some signs of, like, rust in here. The battery terminals, surprisingly, from what I can tell, look pretty non-corroded. There's a little bit on this one side. However, and I could see, I think that looks like some, like, Coca-Cola or something. I don't know. There's a little bit of slime right here. I don't know what that is. Battery, maybe? The seller of this one said that they found batteries in this unit that were leaking everywhere, which is pretty evident. However, when I plugged it in, the thing lit up right away. So let's go ahead and just show you what we're working with here. And then, yeah, kind of hard to see. Now, the problem with these old school screens is, and I'll get a game loaded up. Uh-oh. It's kind of hard to see. Let me just do this. Let's see if this makes it a little bit easier. Probably not. This is Centipede. Now, is the volume all the way down? Yeah, so I'm getting no sound now, which is kind of interesting because I was getting sound before. Game over. I really don't know how the cart works. Yeah, oh wait. That's just a backlight. Okay, that turns it off. Buttons feel a little weird on it. I'm just kind of going through things right now. I wanted to know why. Press option 1 for firmware update. Reading directory. Okay, so sound works. Alright, so let's do Double Dragon real quick. Launching game. See if y'all can maybe... So you can see how crappy these screens are. It's... Yeah, there we go. I have to like... Okay, so we've got sound. There we go. Oh, wow. Man, this brings me back. It's actually like a lot better than the NES version. Same style of gameplay. A little bit chunkier in terms of frame rate. Little not too responsive. So it's like I have to play this while I'm looking at my like OBS to see like anyway, okay. So we're good there. We're good there. We'll just get this and set the cart and the batteries aside, and we'll get to getting this recapped and cleaned up some. Clean out that battery tray is really kind of what I'm looking forward to doing. Just get all that corrosion out. It's a very kind of it's hard for me to call this a rare system. Maybe an uncommon is a better choice. This was, like I mentioned before, theoretically the very first color system. Most people attribute that to the Game Gear, but this actually came out like a year or two before the Game Gear did. And the hardware is actually really solid for the time. But much like a lot of game companies of that era, the marketing was pretty crappy. And Atari had kind of a crappy reputation for themselves at that point as well. And I think they made some design flaws as well at the very first, because there's two versions of the Lynx. This is version 2, which is the squatter version. There's one that's a little bit more longer. It's supposedly a lot more uncomfortable to play on. So I got some V2s so that I could, if I wanted to play it, it would feel. I'll probably get a V1 as well. There's not too much difference between them, but we're gonna go ahead here. We're gonna take some 115 degrees C air, and I'm just gonna heat up this rubber because the screws for this are located behind these rubber pieces. So we'll just heat this up for a little bit. This should not damage the plastic, but again, this is why I'm doing it on one of my crappier ones, so that just in case I screw something up on this step, I'm not really hurting myself too bad. So let's see what that did. A little plastic tool to avoid marking things up. I might need to actually bump that heat up to, let's say, up to like 180 C. Should start with 150 before we go too crazy. Airflow is at 99%. This does not go to 100 for some reason, but hey, you know. Might need to spend. It's pretty thick rubber, so I might really just kind of need to spend some time on it. Really wanting to work on these for a while, but I've had so many other projects that were in front of it, and then I bought this one, so I just waited. Might need to bump. I really might need to go up to that 180. I mean, you could smell the plastic heating up now. It smells like 1986 or 87, 88. Can't remember now. You want to think came out in 87, maybe 88. I think it released right around the time of the Game Boy, so that might be 89 actually. Now I'm thinking about it. Yeah. So you don't want to. I really don't want to mark things up, but. There we go. Okay, once you kind of get it started, it's not so bad. So we're gonna might have to throw in some double-sided tape just to bump this up so we might get 180. Let's just stick it back on good again, but that's okay. As long as the rubber comes up in one piece, which it did, and I don't chunk it apart when. Yeah, it's fine. So 180 we go. Doing the same thing from this side. Just I'll heat up and see if we can get this to unstick a little bit easier. Definitely a lot warmer than the last rubber was. Starting to smell the 80s come out of it now, so I think we're gonna be good to give it a try here. Nope. I'm gonna just keep with this because I like that plastic tool, but this kind of gets me started a little better. Okay. Once you get it going, it seems like these pull off pretty easy. You might risk damaging a quarter of that rubber. Just try to get your tool in between the crack of the plastic and the rubber and just work it down. These just work better than the plastic splitter did, so just keep that in mind. That might still work as well, but as you can see, I've got no damage to the plastic, which is exactly what I was going for. Now, let's break her open and see what we got on the inside. 4 Phillips right here. Now I'm hoping that these guys are smart and that all of my screws are going to be the same size. But if anything, we could separate shell screws from mainboard screws probably pretty easy. Now, one good thing about these retro consoles is they're so easy to work on, easy to get apart. Okay, so now there's a screw in the battery compartment. Let's grab that. And that is obviously a much smaller but different color as well, so that is good for us. Okay, that's all of the screws, so let's crack her open. Now, there's some ribbon cables and stuff, so just be really careful when you pull it apart. Okay, so we are either missing a screw on this main board or not too huge of a fan of that. Trying to figure out why this is not wanting to come fully apart. Let's flip the system around real quick. So we got the, there we go. Oof, real dusty. So I feel like I'm potentially missing a screw for this. I mean, we'll find out when I open the other ones, but let's pull the ribbon cables out now. Do these have, yes they do. So these ribbon cables have a latch. Okay, I'll grab my tweezers again. Does this one have one? Yes, it does. So, little vertical latch to open up here. Just take your time. Okay. Okay, one more. All right, and now the main board is free. So here's the screen assembly. This is the actual fluorescent tube which provides the backlight. Let's take a look around. Actually, everything in here looks to be in very good shape. That ribbon is a little crunchy, but intact. I think someone's been in here before. We're going to take a look at, yeah, so let's see if you can see. There's a lot of battery corrosion gunk on the inside here. So we'll have to scrub that out, blow it out, and we'll be good to go, thankfully. And here's the actual battery tray. So let's take a look at the contacts on this. More of the battery gunk, but the actual contacts look just fine. And then on the board itself, we've got contacts, and of course these are going to be the ones that are destroyed if they're going to be destroyed, but we are good to go. It looks like they're pretty standard battery contacts, so if I have to replace them, I probably would not have much of an issue. Yeah, I'm seeing some signs of capacitor leakage, corrosion right here in this capacitor right here. I'm pretty sure this has not been. No, you know, I say that, I don't know. I don't know if this has been opened or not before. That heat shield's a little, or whatever this copper is supposed to do, RF maybe. It's a little heat stressed. Now let's move this aside. We're gonna have to get to the screen later. I'm gonna have to pull the screen and all the guts out to get to the screen lens. But we'll put that aside for later. Now I've got to figure out where everything is. So here's my box of mod stuff, right? Box of mod stuff. This is the actual screen for it, right in there. Alright, we got some wire-free kits for the Game Gear. I'm going to just go ahead and throw these in with the screen lenses to keep things bundled. Now I've got to find, that's all switch parts. I think this might be it right here. This is looking like, maybe it is this one. Yes, Atari Lynx. And then Atari Lynx. I had a 5-pack of the. That's the capacitors. Is this the? Yes, this is the power system upgrade. Okay. So we'll throw that back in. Now I actually have another. I was supposed to have another cap kit for the Lynx show up today, as well as another cap kit for the Turbo Express, which I'll be working on hopefully next week. But for some reason, those parts didn't make it off the truck today. They're still marked as out for delivery, which is very weird. So either my mailman just completely forgot about them, or I'm about to file a lost package thing with the post office here. So cross your fingers for me. I'm going to have to pull up a couple bits of stuff on the wiki. But I'll show you a couple of things here real quick. Let's just go. Oof. Yeah, you can see that's from the battery. This is the battery compartment. A little piece of foam just keeps everything in place, and you can see the corrosion on that. So, for once, the seller's pretty accurate in his description. That's actually a rarity. Alright, so I'm gonna use a desoldering pump today. I'll get that going. And let's pull up, yeah, see, I knew I should have just emailed this shit to me. Okay, so let's go to wiki.console5.com. Yes. Alright, let's see here. My console, Atari Lynx, and Lynx 2 capacitor list. Alright, so we're just going to be looking at this. Well, we'll do both. So we need both. We're going to take a look at this guy. Do I even have... I don't know if I've got this. Let's see if we've got this set up for y'all. Like if I do this, and then this, and this. Do you see this? Okay, so this is the kind of like a little schematic here of every single capacitor that I'm going to have to replace on this guy. And they're all electrolytic, leaded electrolytics, so actually not too bad of a job. Not too bad of a job, so we'll go with that. And then, okay, we should be good now. So let's just go ahead and start looking at this stuff under a microscope, I guess. Probably gonna need to keep Streamlabs up for now. Okay, so you guys got a lovely view of the bag. So maybe I could just show y'all real quick while we're waiting for this. We're waiting for this to heat up now. so capacitor in question that I just noticed right off the bat is this guy right here. And you can see all that corrosion right there. Pad still looks good. Back cap is bulged and dead. So that's another one. That looks good. Just taking a look at the legs here. That one looks okay. And C23, which is right here. Right there. That looks okay. I'll just... Alright, so I think what we're going to end up doing here is just... that's the one kind of crappy thing about this is... Won't lie flat. I really wish I had a better board holder. Okay, so now in the power kit, we've got new DC jacks, we've got MOSFETs, transistors, replacement diodes, and then an optional resistor. But first things first, we just need to honestly get all the old caps out, and then we will put new ones in, and then from there I will update the power system and then clean this up, and this one will be good to go. And then I can move on to my personal unit, which I will 100% put a new screen in as well, because I'm blind, and yeah, I need to be able to see stuff. So alright, so we're going to start here. We're going to do C41, you know, C41, C39, and C23 to start. So that's this one, this guy, and this guy. So we'll go ahead and just do the old usual, just flood with some fresh leaded. I am actually going to real quick change my tip because I do not need something this small. I have a nice chisel tip that I actually kind of prefer for this type of job. I just gotta find it. Here we go. This guy right here. Good thermal mass and good maneuverability, so I'll let that heat up before I drop hot metal on my stomach. Okay, the gun is heated up, so let's just go ahead and... Now this one got a little plastic on it last week. I can still smell it burning off. It smells quite lovely. Yeah, see how that wetted down so much quicker? It's also part of the reason why I'm going to use leaded solder on these, because when I actually use the solder sucker or the vacuum pump, it will come up a lot easier and I won't have to worry too much about the pads. Okay. Oof. Yep, that's the leaky one. I can smell it right away. There's nothing like the smell of dead fish on your workbench. Let me frickin' tell you, it sucks. See, this is supposed to be 400 degrees C's, and it is not. It does not feel like it is. That one came through, but this guy, there we go. Now we're gonna need to flood that one again. I don't think my first go around got it, so let's go ahead and refill that. You can see how that one was being real stubborn. That should be good. And that's why you want to do this, is because you don't want to really overheat the boards or the pads, because you'll end up lifting them. Okay. Yeah, I heard that suck through. Nice and good. So now, just to kind of exemplify what I just did, this guy right here pulls right out. Okay, that's one done out of like 15. Yeah, this is oops. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just might need a little bit more fresh solder in there. Unleaded solder is a bane of my existence, let me tell you. Let's just reflood. Same thing down here. Now I could just do it the old school way. I could either clip the leads and then just heat up the legs and pull them out, which is always an option. But I paid good money for this tool, so I'd like to use it. The only thing is that I feel like it's getting clogged right now. And unfortunately, I don't really have anything to clear it with. Shit, it is clogged. Fuck. That's great. Unfortunately, it was supposed to come with something to clear it, but does not look like that's the case. I'll try one more time here in this one, right? Maybe we'll get some. Yeah, it's definitely clogged. Oh, that sucks. Okay, well, you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna have to figure that out. I have to get something to clean out that tip. This is the first time it's ever really clogged up on me. And I've never really had to deal with it, so. Oh yeah, I could see it. Holy crap. Let's see if I can't see that. That's all solder. I don't even know how you clean that out. Honestly, it is literally jammed in there real good. Yeah, that is not coming out. Okay, well, this thing is now not useful. Yeah. This is also a very apparently a very common problem with these things. That does not want to come out. I think I did unclog it though, at the very least. Let's just go ahead and grab some solder braid real quick and see if maybe we can't just suck this up some. I'm gonna need to grab the pump. I'm guessing the manual pump here. Okay, I don't like. Yeah. Could try again with flooding it, but hopefully that's what I have this for. This does a really nice job. Just a little bit more of a manual process, obviously. Wow, this guy is pretty stubborn, huh? This leg was clipped so close to the board, it's not really wanting to. Oh, there we go. Okay, so that was the one with all the electrolytic leakage, and you can see the damage to the board done. How it kind of looks corroded and gross right there compared to the shiny ones right next to it. So we'll have to clean that up. Right here is one of the power transistors that I'm going to have to replace. Alright, so we just did C41, C39, so let's do C23, and C23 is right here. So right on the edge of the board. And should be these guys right here. So we'll go ahead. We'll try with the auto pump, and if I have to just switch over to the manual one, so be it. And this smells a little leaky as well. Generally, big rule of thumb when you work on retro handhelds like this, the first thing that you're doing is what I'm doing right now is just replace the capacitors. Okay, that worked perfectly. Okay. Might have to do a little bit of a manual heat on that, but so the bottom leg is still a little attached, so let's go ahead and just heat up and suck out, eh? Okay, actually, that one I should be able to just kind of come in here with some braid. Clean up. That capacitor most likely just popped right on out. It sure did. Oh man, this stuff stinks. So yeah, that's the other thing to note is that yeah, when you do this, it does not smell very pleasant. Electrolytic fluid being burnt smells exactly like dead fish. So I mean, I guess if you like dead fish, then you'll probably enjoy the hell out of this. But let me tell you, man, that resistor just looks really funky looking, but it's fine. It is not a very pleasant smell. It is not a pleasant smell at all. Is that a diode? It's got to be a diode. It says Q, which indicates a no, it is a transistor. Huh. Okay, so that's the top left three. So we need C37 and C47. Those are right here for 37 up top. And 47 is right below it. And these are in the sort of in the middle of the board here. Okay, so they're it's a vertical and a horizontal. So a vertical and a horizontal. Alright. That is kind of the one tricky thing about this. So here's, I think that's 37, and this is 47 right here. They don't mark it on the rear side of the board, so it's kind of like you gotta just feel things out, so to speak. Man, I'm so used to that wireless microphone. I sure hope this new Elgato thing sounds good, because I did spend a good chunk of money on it. That's okay. Well worth it. It was either that or I'd buy a new one for my gaming PC and move my gaming PC one over here. But to be quite honest, as much as I was looking at the new Yeti, I really didn't see anything it was offering me. And what I really liked about this Wave mic is that it integrates a lot easier with my Stream Deck. So once I get off my lazy butt and get that hooked up on my Stream Deck, I'll have a lot more options. Okay. Oof. These smell okay. I'm not getting any of that dead fish smell, so I think these didn't leak. But as we've already mentioned, there is absolutely no reason to not replace the mower in here. And since I will be selling this for a slight premium, the real trick is to try to get that leg. See? Yeah, see, the problem is I can't see or get a good handle on where that leg is. And I might have to just go through. That one came out okay. That one came out okay, so let's just go ahead and touch up the top here. And I lost my scissors, so I guess I'll just have to use pin snips. Braid's getting a little full here. Oh, it's still got some life in it, so let's just keep using it for a minute or two. See if we can't get some of this residual solder up from these holes, and if not, I'll just go ahead and use my solder sucker. Okay. That sort of worked, but that one got a little too full, so I'll switch back to the actual braid here for the next one. Okay, should be good now. Or not. Let's just go ahead. Sometimes there's just a tiny little bit of solder. There we go. That one came right out. Perfect. They stick to the sidewall just a tiny bit, and you gotta kind of just get rid of that last little tiny bit of solder. That's not looking too clever. We'll have to give this board a really good once over when we're done with all the capacitors and just kind of give it a good clean, so to speak. There we go. That's why I couldn't get to that leg. So they kind of like really mangled these legs in a sense. Let's see if we can't get that out now. No. It's being a kind of pain in the butt, so let's go ahead and try. So you can see how like the leg right here. Okay, we got that side free. Let me come into this side, do the same thing. Just heat the pad up a little bit to liquefy any remaining solder, and then the leg will just pop on out. So yeah, they do this stupid thing. I guess they're just trying to reduce the overall height, but you can see how they kind of like kink the legs a little bit. It kind of makes things a pain in the ass at the solder sucker, so just keep that in mind. So that was C37 and 47. So now I got to move over to the right side of the board here, and let's see what we got. So we've got C11 at the bottom. That's my next target, C11. So let's go find C11. So C11 should be, there's capacitor 12. Is that C11 right here? And it looks to be test point. It doesn't mark the test point, so I can't. So I mean, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's got to be it. So that's right at the end here. Very easy to find. Right next to the plastic shield, which kind of sucks, but yeah. So we can see this crap as well. I don't know if this is electrolytic fluid or if it's just factory flux that kind of just aged on me. That's okay, that makes sense because there's a test point right here. Cool. You know, and anybody out there watching that might not have any soldering experience or is questioning, these types of jobs are wonderful ways to get started in this world. I honestly, for anybody starting out that wants to kind of learn how to solder, repair video game consoles, or just learn how to do this type of work for video game stuff, I cannot emphasize or stress or suggest more than starting out with Game Gears. They're cheap. The parts kits are very cheap for them and quite plentiful. In fact, I ordered one kit to start from a mod company, and then I just wrote down the capacitor values and then went to DigiKey, and sure as shit, I bought enough to do multiple for the cost of one. So, you know. And the work is very easy and very rewarding. So that one came out okay. This one still needs a little bit. Yeah, so you can see how that leaded solder is just not wanting to mix right. So I'm not going to molest the board with the automated pump too much. We'll just go ahead and do it the easy way. My buddy, who is an actual, honest to God, legitimate electrical engineer, recommended this manual pump to me, and I used to hate manual solder pumps. I never found one that worked, and then he recommended this one to me, and holy crap, it is pretty freaking awesome, I have to say. So you can kind of see we're in the same scenario before. I think we still have a little bit of solder on these legs. This might pop out. I might need to do the same trick. Nope, it came right on out. Once the solder is actually a pretty weak connection, you don't want to rip too hard because you do risk lifting the pads, but if you just have like a tiny little barely blobbed on connection, they tend to break pretty quick because solder is actually a pretty weak connection. Okay, so we have C3 and C14. Now, unfortunately, I do think C3 right here, this is C3 right here. think. And then what is this, C14? Yeah, so if that's C14, then that's definitely C3. And then when we flip the board over, we're going to see, oh, look at that. We have great copper tape shielding. So let us just keep doing what we're doing here. We're going to just have to get up these couple corners. So let's just, once again, we're going to flood with some fresh leaded. Then we will grab our manual pump this time. Okay. And we'll take our little bit of braid here just to finish the job off. Probably should have used a little bit of flux, but so the point is we're trying to get this tape lifted up. Now let's grab that. Okay, we got it good. I don't know what this is. Is that a... Oh, that's probably the metal to the leg of the metal shielding above. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. So let's move the microscope down a little bit here. We're going to do the same thing for these two pads. Now these should be the only connections that we're going to need to deal with. So we'll just flood. You need some more in there for sure. And actually, I think maybe this time. No, we're gonna. Because we got two connections at once, so let's just go ahead and try to get as much up with this as I can. Okay. And this guy on this side. And again, if you clear out that through hole, it's not the end of the world. We can just go ahead and, oof, there's a lot of solder on this one here. Might need to braid this out first. There we go. Okay, got that cleaned up. And we're just going to do what we did up top. Unfortunately, do I have to maybe just come up from the top first and do it this way? Okay, I'm trying not to malform this copper. It's not a huge deal. I just don't want to ruin it. If I can avoid it, I'll just suck up some of this extra solder we got going on in here. Since we have that one side lifted, hopefully this should come up pretty easy. There we go. Oop, see, that's kind of what I was trying to avoid right there. I think that's just a little bit of solder though. Perfect, okay. So we are gonna have to kind of bend this, which make me too happy. All right, so, yes, okay, so one thing to note now, as we can see, well, once I get the camera in the right spot, they do protect here with some tape. Now, fortunately, I did not think ahead here. I don't really have proper replacements for this, so we're going to have to reuse this. Man, this is going to be a fun one to get out. I may end up clipping the, oh, I can't clip that one. Oh, is that, oh. So now, actually that's a good point, because I guess it just adhesive. So the cap in question is right here. really sure. Might have to redo that. That's looking a little not good. I don't know what that goes to, but I will probably end up. That's gotta be it right here, right? It's gotta be it. Yeah, it is. Alright, so let's do the easy one first, and the easy one is this guy right here. Which is that cap right there, that little fuzzy black guy. And then once we get him cleaned up, let's just do this real quick so it doesn't go into sleep mode on me and take 8 hours to heat up again. Really just kind of trying to get the leg in the center of the pad. Excuse my chunky finger getting in the way here. That one smells a little leaky. Not terrible, but I still think it's leaking just a little bit, or it leaked just a little bit. No, I just turned my light off because, come on, you fucker. This thing is seriously the biggest pain in my ass sometimes. I overpaid for it too. Alright, there we go. Back to proper brightness. So let's get you. It is kind of a satisfying sound though when it works. Did that fall out? It did not. I might have to manually clear out some of those holes there, but yeah, it's still a little attached. I don't know. It feels like it should just pop out right out. Does not want it to work for me. So let's do a little bit of braid. This stuff is filling up quick. I'm gonna have to order some more. Okay, let's try this. Alright, that's a lot better. I still think those legs are kind of hooked in on the side, but pop right on out. There you go. Just taking a look here to see if we can see any leakage. Doesn't look like it's too bad if there's anything. And then that came from right here. Okay. Oh, shit. Alright, so we gotta take a look real quick here, because normally on boards with electrolytic capacitors, they mark the positive and the negative, but it does not look like they did that with this board. So the diagram is showing a black line. I think the black line is usually the negative. So let's take a look here. So C16's right here at the top, and then that has negative. So the black line is the negative, which makes sense. Okay, so let's get C13 done. And C13, I do believe is this guy right here. Yes, sir. Okay, so this is going to be kind of tricky because I don't really have a way. Let's just do it like maybe like that. Okay, perfect. Kind of using my flush cutters here to hold the shielding back so I can flood this. I think I'm clogged again. Might have to go. Yeah. This is proven to be kind of a pain in the butt here. You can see where it is clogged now. Now, there we go. That should hopefully clear that out. Okay, that does sound like it's shucking a little better. Let's try this again, huh? Perfect. And this guy. Does not want to go. So let us. Yeah, the sad thing is I might end up just using the manual pump the entire time. Because quite honestly, this is way more. Seems like it's working a lot better. This one is a pain in the ass to get to, though. Oh my lord. Okay, got that one good. Let's see if we can't use the gun on this to clear up some more of this. Alright, that should be good now. That should just pop on out. Yep, come on. I don't know if I'm going to have to... I shouldn't have to pull the shielding out to get to that. That's going to be a pain in the ass to install, though, I'll tell you what. Alright, so we got, let's see, this was C3, this was C14, so now we're moving up to C32 and C33, and those are right there at the edge of the board. Okay, that's these guys right here. Okay, now I don't have to worry about shielding for the time being, so that's kind of nice. Let's go ahead and view. Okay, thing. I'm just trying to get this bent ass leg more in the center there. I can't see what I'm doing now. Alright, so this guy barely looks like it. Alright, well, I guess we'll just continue with the tradition of automated pump to manual pump to just picking it out. I'll tell you though, when this works, it works. It's like it gets clogged so quickly. Yeah. Worked okay for 2 or for 1, and then the rest of them, and it's like, nope. It just, I don't know. I don't want to lose those. That's important. Sort of important. I've got non-conductive tape. I could just put Captain tape over it if I need to anyway. Alright, let's go ahead and okay, we've got a clog of my manual pump now. Yep, there we go. Pull that garbage out. And I think we might be able to get these free now. Not that one. And that one's still feeling a little stuck on there, so got some slight work to do. Yeah, so that doesn't really, when this thing gets clogged, it really doesn't want to. Using my dental pick as a makeshift tool here. I don't really know how. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Doesn't sound like it's working very well. It's okay, but not perfect. So let's see if we can't just manually do this. This does not seem like it wants to come up. Sometimes these things are just a enormous pain in the butt. I might need to just kind of come in here with some braid actually and just kind of soak some of this excess up. Okay, that got that one, and then this one should be the same. Alright, I think we should be good now. This one needs just a little bit of extra heat. Okay. Take a look at the board. And yeah, these don't look like they leaked. It's looking pretty clean. So no super fishy smell either, which is good. So that was 32 and 33. So now we need to get 25, 27, and 28. And 25, 27, 28. All right. Once again, let's just go ahead. Let's try an experiment here. So 25 is on the side of the board here. Should be literally right here. I wonder what happens. Yeah, you can see it's not even, literally not even just heating up. Liquefying or wetting properly. Unleaded solder sucks. Trying to use maybe a little bit less this time. Again, doing the same thing, trying to get those legs right in the very center. That one came up good. That one did not. Again, it is really more a case of unleaded versus leaded here, but that just pop out on me? I don't think it did. No. Not so lucky. You got one side, but we can do it the fun way here. So this is what I was talking. So we got one side out. We really only have that one leg in, so we grab the capacitor. I would suggest using a pair of tweezers. You can use your fingers, but then all you have to do is heat this pad up to liquefy it, and it pops right out. Then flip it over again. Find what we were just working on here. Grab some fresh solder wick, and we'll just finish up the job. Or you're not trying to scrub, just trying to glide it. Might need to. No, we're good. Okay. Sometimes you have to flood it again to get it out because it just refuses to come out of that center. Now, I think the other two are right there. Yep, that's them right here. So let's go ahead and continue on with our tradition of flooding and then sucking. Let's try to move that in the center first so I can see it more. Do the same thing with this. You can see how it takes a good chunk of time for that stuff to liquefy compared to the custard I'm using. Okay. Okay. Same thing here. trying to get. One thing about my mic location is it's kind of dangerously close to very hot objects, so I might have to rethink my layout here. Okay, it looks passable, but yeah, you can see just holding on just a little tiny bit. Okay, that one might actually pop out. No. Well, I did one side of one and one side of the other. So let's just go ahead and finish the job. Nobody in chat to worry about, but I don't know, there's something so incredibly zen about this type of work for me. Yeah, it's gonna be the same. Just keeps clogging. I gotta go. I really guess I gotta go find the. I guess you can use welding tip cleaners as well. Is usually what they are. And meanwhile, this $20 manual pump is just out here kicking ass. Try one little more extra suck on this guy. Okay. Might have to do the old leg heat trick on these as well, but we'll see how far we can get. Okay, one came out just fine, and so did the other one. Let's take a look here. Once again, no board damage on that side, and then this side. Looking okay too. Yeah. Looking just fine. Okay. So that was 25, 27, and 28. And that leaves me with 50, 16, yeah, all these guys up here. There's a lot. This is a lot of caps. It's a lot of caps, but so these two on the end, which is 16 and okay, so this is C61. Here's this is 16, and then 58. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. We try again. Position real quick. These two actually look to be pretty much fairly in the middle. I guess I wasn't really making good contact there, huh? Okay. Alright. What happens if I just use the manual this time? It's fun kind of playing around with different things. I mean, Manual has just been rock solid for me. Although I guess I really do need a... Let's just go ahead. I think the pump plus the manual is the way to go. These actually cleaned off quite nicely. A little bit of crackling. Might have some leakage on these, but it might actually just be the solder in my gun that I'm hearing. Alright. Well, look at that. Well, this one needs a little bit of love up here. Just a tad. Okay, and we're going to have to just grab a little bit of braid here real quick. All right. Perfect. So then we have 60, 19, 21, 64, and 53. And these are the last. The last. So I guess just basically any electrolytic I see up here has got to go. I'm gonna drink it. Oh man. Okay, so I think 60 is this guy right here. It is. Would be this guy. Yeah, ground. Yeah, all these are hooked into the ground plane. There's the potentiometer for the volume. Anyway, let's back to the capacitors here. Okay. All right. Let's take a look. Once again, one leg free, one leg trapped. Barely trapped, but still trapped. Let's go ahead, just tap, tap, roo. A little bit of solder braid. Cool. The only thing I don't like about this goot wick is whatever rosin they use in the braid just burns so quick. Looks so bad. All right, so C19. So there's 4 here, 4 there. Okay. So it really only looks like we only had like maybe 1 or 2 that kind of busted open on us here. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, and then the 4th one. I'm trying to figure out where that is. 1, 2, Is it 1, 2, 3? Yeah, that's it. Okay, I see them all. Do. Smell them. A little funky. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, just making sure. It's gonna be a slight pain with the shielding so close, but. I think we got this one. We'll just tap it again, just in case. There we go. Now we're all flooded up. So let's see what we got here. Been having some problems with my arms going pins and needles lately. If I sit a certain way, I guess I'm suffering from a pinched nerve or something like that. It's not been a very fun couple of months for me, health-wise, to be quite honest. It's neither here nor there, but man, getting old sucks, guys. Oops. Might be clogged again. Just that one on the bottom's just got a lot of unleaded solder in it that didn't mix very well. Same thing with that. Thankfully that's not ground plane, so I didn't screw up too bad, but let's just may have to use a little bit of braid on this. Also could try again with the manual or the automated thing here. Let's try one more time. Now that we kind of cleared most of the crap out. Just not wanting to come up. So, we know what we do. We just do the old single leg trick here. I'm going to grab this with tweezers this time because alright, got that one going. We'll come clean the holes up in a minute. This one I think is going to be the same way. Bring in the manual pump. Just try to get that sucked up as best I can there. Alright. Let's go ahead and see about getting you guys cleared out. That one came out good. So I guess it's just really a question of like how well did the leaded mix with the unleaded, huh? 'Cause that looks like I got one of the. Oh, see, now we're back to probably clogged again. Maybe. Let's just do something real fast here. We're going to try flooding once again. We're just going to do that. We're going to see about maybe mixing, remixing, and mixing, and remixing, and mixing. But we don't need to add much because... Alright, now let's try that. I'm just curious. I'm probably going to have to come in here with the manual pump anyway, but let's just see if maybe remixing that worked out better. Kinda did. This one, no. I can't really get a good handle on the leg. Alright. So I think we're gonna have to drop my soldering pump on the ground. Melt through. Really important cable. Cool. So now I just smell burnt plastic for a little bit. I hate my setup. I've legitimately got to come in here and just redo everything. Oh crap! This is not a huge deal. It's just a Game Gear power adapter, but I hate destroying things that don't need to be destroyed. I think we're okay, actually, surprisingly. Anyway, let's get this out of the way so I don't ruin it. Alright. So let's take a look here. What do we got? Can't tell, but that came out. That needs love. And that needs some love. Okay. So let's just go, we'll try this again here. We'll do the same thing. We'll just add a little bit extra. Not much, just enough to maybe mix in with whatever might be left there. I think that's really the problem. It's just I wasn't getting a good mixture of the leaded to the unleaded. Now we're probably a little clogged. Alright, so rather than overstress the board, this I'll just use the manual pump. Oh wow. There we go. That might have gotten that one, but I'm not sure. Got one side, so we'll go ahead and do the old one leg trick here. So this one is gonna be a slight pain to get to, but should be fine. Let's grab it with some tweezers. Perfect. So we'll go ahead and clean that out in a second here. Now this guy, do I have enough to get you out? I got one side, so let's just go ahead and do the same thing with the other. We're here, might as well not even bother really. Bam, perfect. Look at that. And take some fresh braid. Starting to use this wick up just a little bit. And we'll go ahead and clear out these couple of through holes that were less than cooperative. We'll try to clear out these through holes that were less than cooperative. Might have to go to the other side, but that should be good, right? Nope. Huh. You're just gonna be a pain in my butt, aren't you? Yeah. Probably because this braid's still kind of clogged up. Let's use some real fresh stuff here. Might go to the other side. Let's just go to the other side. I think, honestly, it's a little bit easier to work from back here since I don't have to worry about passes getting in the way or burning any plastic or anything. You know, when it comes down to it, I can always use the That's being a pain, huh? Let's try doing it this way. Perfect. Should be good there now. We can just always do a quick test and make sure that we get a leg through that one, a leg through that one. Okay, good, good, and good. Okay. Nice and cleaned up. Okay, so that should do it. So let's see here real quick. Let's see, like, all the capacitors. There's the one that went shitty on me. All those guys right there. What we're gonna replace. Now this is the process that's probably gonna take me a while. Simply, you know, I think what I'm gonna end up doing is I think I'm gonna do C13 and C3 and C14 first, mainly because I want to get this shield put back in place because I'm so tired of dealing with it, honestly. And then once I get that glued back into place, yeah, we should be good. Okay. Actually, we'll do that in a minute. So now I've got to pull up. So we're looking at C3 and C14. C3 is a 6310 microfarad, and C14 is a 6347. So I need a 10 and a 47 microfarad. Alrighty, let's get you cracked open here, huh? Alright, so let's see what we got here. Might have to do a little reading under the lamp because I can't really see here. So this is that's a 3510. That might work. I mean, did he just give me all 35s? Let's see what you are. You are a 6347, so you're one that I do need. And then you are a 22 microfarad, right? So that's not what I need. Now I needed a 10 microfarad 6.3. Now let's see here. It might be one of these guys, but alright, so you are it's just not what they used to be. But this is not. So there we go. 100 microfarad, 35 volt. Not what I need. That's probably a power lead. It's gonna be one of these smaller ones, if anything. So you. $50 volt? There's no reading on that. this is a 26.3, which I need a 10, so that's twice the capacitance, not what I need. You probably gonna be the same right here. You're a 63220. You are a 47010. Again, probably another power related capacitor here. Okay, so I was feeling one of these guys before, so you are a 50 volt can't tell, is that a, what the fuck? Why are you such a pain in the butt to read? It's 50 volt, which is not really what I need, but I mean, it's not, I just don't know what this goes to. That's C16, I think. It's a 1 microfarad, possibly, but oh, 50 volt 1. Is that what that means? Alright, well, regardless, this is not what I need. And then you are a 50 volt 1 as well. And I'm guessing that I've already had these pulled, so you're probably the same thing, right? 50 volt 1. Okay. And I'm sure you're probably the same, right? 50 volt 1. It's gotta be a 1 microfarad on these. Guess I could always test capacitance using my multimeter. So I think, so this is the 36.347, which I need for C11, and then this is the unreadable because I don't have it on the right side. So this is a 35 volt 10. And then what are these again? That's a 50 volt 2.2. Huh, so I really, I mean, I know I could use a higher voltage and be just fine, and that might be what I end up having to do. What are you saying? C3 is 100% a 6.3 Let me do that. I wonder if I could do it. Yeah, so CO3 6.310 microfarad, right? It's gotta be it. Yeah, 10 microfarad, 6.3, and then CO3. There's the 150. Yeah, 2250, 150. I feel like I'm missing something here because I don't want to. Let's just take a look again, I guess. So this is the 6347, which I need for C14. And this is, again, this is the 3510, which I need for C23, C25. confusing. I really wish he would have. I mean, I know that 50 volts, and these are the 50 volt ones, I guess. Or is this the, oh, these are the 2.2s. I already went through all of these. These were not it. But we will look again. Otherwise, I guess I'm just going to have to use a 3010 and just to hope to God that's what they're for. At the end of the day, I can always just, yeah, if there's a 3500, and that's for C39. Okay, this is going to be too big, but look anyway. Pretty sure this is a, oh, there's a 63220, which is 64. Which again, that's the power up top. I think this is just going to be 51, right? Yeah, see, this is 50 volts, 1. Let's do this. So, I guess it's going to be just a shiny. Alright, so, excuse my dirty fingernails. That's a 51. I think all of these tiny ones down here are all the same. They're all going to be the 50 volt ones. That's 51. And do we need now? Yeah, C58, C16. Okay, so these are all definitely needed. 51. And then 51, right? Okay, and then you are a 220, 6.3, and this is definitely not going to be it, but we'll look anyway. This is the 470. Wow, it's a chunky ass. That's C41. So these are on their own. Well, we looked. So I guess we're just going to have to just use the higher voltage. I guess that's the whole point. They might not produce. So I think what do we need? We need 10 microfarad. And I think this one's a 10 microfarad, right? No, it's the 47. And this one is the 2.2. And then this guy, 35 volt 10. So 10 microfarad, 10 microfarad. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, they're all accounted for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. So I guess the 6.3 10 microfarad in CO3 is just going to be superseded by a 35 volt version, which is fine because higher voltages are okay. When you do capacitors, higher voltages will always be okay. So if you have a 6.3 10 microfarad and all you have in your box is a 35 volt 10 microfarad, then you are okay. Now let's see here. You got a thing now. Electrolytics are also polarized, so unfortunately these boards do not have the normal positive and negative markings, but the Console 5 wiki does list out what they are. In this case, negative is the black line. And then you can see right here, it's a little tricky to do this with one hand. These things are kind of tiny. Usually, that's the negative, I think. Let's just get a better focus going on here. Usually, Yeah, that's the negative side. So on this one, the negative goes to the left, so we'll have the white on the left. And then let's spread the legs out a little bit, just a little bit. Get some slutty legs going. I might actually have to do some tweezers here. I mean, you could always just remove the metal shield if you needed to. And the other thing to do is get a leg into one hole and then just kind of bend the other into place. This is really not fun here, huh? And I really don't want to have to pull this metal shielding off, but I might have to. Of course, I'm trying to do this while I'm out of focus as well, and that's always fun. All right, I can maybe, just maybe. Let's do this real quick so I can see. No? Sort of see? Might have to bust out the autofocus on this. There we go. Okay. God, that was a pain in the ass. No, it's still not through. Dang it. Well, I just bent the shit out of that leg, so that's going to be real fun to get in. Oh, I really don't want to have to pull this metal shielding off, but I might have to, because this thing is a pain in my ass. Let's see if I can't do this with a naked eye rather than through the camera. I do have these cleared out, right? Yes, sir. Can definitely get it through. Definitely want to make sure I'm still keeping the polarity correct, because last thing I want to do is get it installed and realize I got it backwards, which has happened more times than I want to admit. Alright, well, I'm trying to do this via the naked eye. And I know I'm making this way more difficult on myself than I need to, because I could literally just take the shielding off and not have that problem. But I could also be a fucking boss. Okay, so alright, just doing some stuff off frame here. Alright, so we've got that hooked in. And I think now all we really need to do is just solder her down. So let's once again hold the copper tape in place here. Okay. And okay. And then just take the legs. Yeah, bend them back up. And then we flush cut them, which, son of a bitch, I'm using the flush cutter to kind of hold that tape in place. Now, when you do clip leads off, make sure that you keep track of where that lead goes. kind of like using my finger just because they'll tend to stick. All right. And then C14 now. Okay. So this is soldered into place and correct. So C14. I think we're the 47 microfarad? 47, yes. Okay, so C14 is a 47 microfarad, and I think it's one of these bigger guys. No, is it this one? It's 2.2, and this guy is a 47 6.3. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to take the... I don't know if this is the easier way or not. You can also... I mean, I've been clipping them out of these little cardboard wraps, but you could also just pull the tape off. I rarely deal with electrolytic capacitors. Most of the stuff that we work on these days is all multi-layer ceramics. Okay, so you... Now let's get my light back on. Let's get you off. And I think C14 is there, and then C14 needs to have the polarity on the right. So negative on the right. Now the anode and the cathode, the other way that you can take a look is that the positive side will have the longer leg and the negative side will have the shorter leg. I always suggest just paying attention to the capacitor because they usually mark things out quite well for you. Okay, so we got those bent into place. Should be good. Right there. Okay. Need a little bit more. I just solder wire bent a little funky on me there, so let's just... Okay. There we go. Good connections. Good connections. Now, kind of the nice thing about leading leads along is it's pretty easy to bend them back up and clip them, and then as well hold on to them with your fingers so that they don't go flying and land on your board somewhere and short everything out when you turn it on. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is scrub a dub. Of course, this is optional, but I prefer having a nice clean PCB where I can. And there's really no point in doing it cleaning twice, so it's kind of why I just let it sit on the board because I knew I was going to have to come back here and solder anyhow. So let's just go ahead and hit this with some hot air, or warm air I should say, just to dry it off. And then we're going to have to Captain tape, and then finally secure the copper shielding. Now we're going to do a double layer here, so I remember right. The top one doesn't need it, but if we take a look here, so this first piece of tape, I do believe covered these guys right here. Okay, so that's the sticky side. Or is this the sticky side? Just want to make sure that test point and everything else is covered up by this tape. Now there's a couple other, there's at least, fuck. This is so annoying because of the, so what we're going to do is I'm going to grab the second piece of tape right here, and then we're going to lay it down just like so. Just like that, right? So we should have all of that covered up well. Now, just to be safe, I'm going to take a little bit of Captain tape. So we'll have something fresh, adhesive-wise. It'll feel a little bit more comfortable knowing this is just not going to randomly short out on people. Hopefully we can use this to just really just hold this stuff into place. Okay, there's one layer right there. I'm going to do another. Again, it's not hurt anything to have excess. Probably beneficial more than anything, just so that you're double, triply, quadruply sure you're not going to short anything. Alright, so let's get you put into place properly here. Okay, got that. I think we should be good, honestly. I don't see anything else really conductive for this to hit, so let's go ahead and we're gonna flood these shielding holes with some fresh solder first. This whole pad's gonna get filled. Man, solder's getting all weird on me and I can't really see because of the glare going on here. Why do I have so much glare? This is slightly better. I think my next investment's going to be like some sort of anti-glare LED setup, so that I could shine light directly on my work from the side rather than straight top down, which is how it currently is, which is really not the nicest way to do things, to be quite honest. It's pretty shitty, actually. Produces a ton of shadows and problems. Alright, so we're just kind of flooding this area. Some fresh solder. Get the pads prepped here. Perfect. Then we're just gonna have, I guess, transfer to the copper. Hold it, and then same thing over here. Now this isn't really forming any type of electrical connection. This is just purely mechanical to hold this in place. So just as long as it stays in spot. All right, pretty decent, honestly. Pretty decent. I have to say. Let's see if we can't get this a little bit of tape. Well, do I even have to worry about this shit? I don't even really care, honestly. That'll be fine. Alright, well, I got that all. Let's just take a look at this corner again real quick. I mean, put a little bit more here, I think. This doesn't really matter. This is just kind of more of a, looks kind of ugly to me. And this looks nice and smooth and happy. Perfect. Alright, now, as I was saying before, we clean, but I only have to clean once. Instead of cleaning this area multiple times. Now just, of course there's more capacitors that I'm going to have to scrub them short a bit. Okay. I wonder if I should just leave the cleaning till the end, honestly. Let's go over the entire board. That's probably what I'm doing. Alright, we got that in place. Shield's back in. Not the trickiest capacitor taken care of, and the one right underneath it. So let's work from the top left down. So we've got 41, 39, and 23. Let's see here. So 49. Was it 49? 41, 39. Alright, so 39 is 100 microfarad, 35 volt. That's one of the big boys. I don't know if there's anybody in my chat or not. I'm going to go check a look. Haha! Well, Felchy is in my chat. Pretty good. How things going with you, Felch? I got a new mic. Does it sound okay? Guess I'm going to have to do it this way and then this way so I can keep an eye on chat. Alright, so let's see here. Oh, what the heck? That's weird. There we go. Now I can see you. Alright, so we said it's 39, 41. So let's do 39 first, so we go in order. So that's a 35 volt, 100 microfarad. God, this is so hard to read like this. I wonder if I could do it like that, and then this. Perfect. All right. So 39, 100 microfarad, 35 volt, and that's a big boy. So it's one of these bigger guys. I know. Probably this guy right here. Let's take a look at him first. No, it's probably this guy. Actually, this is it. Oh man, this. So we've got a 35 volt, 100 microfarad going into C39. Okay, and probably should have printed this out. Negative is on the bottom. Okay, that makes sense. So C39, C39 is right here. Oh, look, that these are actually marked on the PCB, so maybe I'll get lucky with the other ones? Yeah, okay. Alright, they're there. I must have just missed them for some reason. Alright, so C39 goes like so. And C41 is a 470 10 volt, which I'm guessing is another one of these big boys. And there's the 470 10 volt. So we're going to keep the positive at the top, negative at the bottom. them soldered into place. Alright, through-hole work is so easy. So easy. I like it. And we'll just start doing some nice little flush cuts here. Pile of crap I got going on. Alright, and then you, and last one. Okay. Alright, so that leaves me with some other stuff to look at. So now I gotta do 23. 23 is a 10 microfarad 35 volt, which I think was one of these guys. Yes. So let's just go ahead, clip you off. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna no, don't lose that. I need it. Yeah. Well, I hope things are going good for you today, Felty. Hope your weekend's going good. Let's see here now. C23 is right here, and I think the positive again on the top. So we'll go ahead and thread it, and then I'll just verify my little chart here. See how easy this thing is when you don't have a giant metal shield in your way to. They just plop right on in, and you just bend the legs and they stay in place. So C23 negative is in the bottom as I thought, and then just come on in here and solder you up. Okay. Okay. So now we do have some cleanup, which I'm going to do just because I think this is the only. Did I get the other two on the middle of this board already? No, I didn't. So let's get them done. That way I could just clean the entire side of the board at once. Alright, so we need now to get 47 and 37, I'm guessing these are. 47 is a 150, and then 37 is a 150. Okay, well that's pretty nice. Which I believe they are some of these small guys in here. There's one, and there's the other. And we will double verify, but these are the '51. Yeah. Okay, and then let's take a look at the board. So we got positives touching. So let's see here. CPU. And then, there we go, down there. And then, once again, back once again with the Renegade Master. Plop you on through. Zoop. Hold you into place with your bent legs. So we get a nice little pattern down here. And then that should take care of this side of the board. Boop-a-doo. Okay, you're good. You're good. You're good. Cool. Nice and easy. And putting them in is a lot easier than taking them out, I tell you. Not even like taking them out is hard, it's just tedious. Given the fact that my desoldering station is obviously needing some attention. Alright. That should let me go ahead and start cleaning here. Just do it like this, that way. Okay. Just kind of anything residual best we can. It's what they call no clean flux, so technically it's non-corrosive and it won't eat away at things, but it does kind of make a mess of things when you go to do rework later, which hopefully no one's going to have to do. Alright, so just kind of get a little bit organized here. Okay, now we got the left side of the board in place. Actually, no, I missed one. Looks like, is this C11, I think that one is? I think that one's C11, because, yeah, so C11. So I got 41, 39, 23, and now I have C11, negative on the south side, and then I think that's a 47, 10. So that's a 10. That one is a 10 microfarad 6.3, and then these are the 1035s, I do believe. Yeah, these are the 1035s, so. And negatives on the south side of the board. Does this one have the positive? See, this one might actually, the positive marking might actually be back there. Because the rest of that silkscreen cover writing is covered by the shielding, so I'm assuming that's where it's going to be. Alright, let's get you shoved on through there. Okay, and okay. Actually, we're going to bend you that way. And we'll bend you the same way. Bang, bang. Perfect. You won't ever get these things completely flush to the board, and that's not a big deal. But you want to get them as close to the board as you possibly can so that you don't catch on anything. Belch, if you're there, we need to schedule some time to have a discussion about your PlayStation so I can get that in the mail to you. Probably should go just retest it again, but I think you should be good on it. Do have I have everything ready for you. Minus the HD cable, which I figured you're fine on. Well, if you're not, I have a spare I can send with it. All right. So now are we done with this side of the board? Okay. Looking nice and clean. I think that should do it. I'm not seeing any open holes. So we're going to move on over to the right side. And we'll start over here. So let's go down. So we've got C33 and C32. Now that's interesting. So C33 is 2.250. Yeah, they sure are. So C33 is negative south and C32 is negative north. So let's do 33 first. And they're both 2.2s. So they just swap the polarities. Now, I think these were my 2.2s right here. Yes. Yes. Alright, so 33 is north and 32 is south. I mean, 32 is... Yeah, C33 is south negative, north positive. So, south negative, north positive on this. And then the opposite applies for your buddy here. Same value. Slightly different polarity. So we go negative north, positive south on this one. Okay. Push you all through. And bend up the legs. Just in case, I'm going to do it like that so I don't have the leg go across that test point. Although it shouldn't matter, it's on the same trace, so who cares? But you know, just in case, you know, it's good practice never to bridge things. Yes, Mr. Felchey has stepped away since I steadfastly ignored him since I didn't have OBS open. I gotta get better with that. Well, just incremental improvements as I go. My dream is to actually get this bench be a real workbench instead of a modified kitchen table, which is currently what it is. So I can get some more room in here. You know, I think I'm gonna. It looks a little cold. I'm gonna just go ahead and just reflow this. There we go. That's better. Same thing with this one. It's just a little cold, little chunky, little pitty. All right, so that's those two. Now we move up the board. We got what's that? 25, 27, and 28. So 25 is a 10 microfarad 30, which again is these guys right here. It's got to be right. Yeah, there's 10 microfarads. I'm wondering if all these are going to be the same. So we've got positive up top, negative on the south side. Okay, push this through. Get you as flush as I can get you here. Okay, now we're going to look at, that's C27 1063, which again is just more of these. Makes sense. It makes perfect sense, quite honestly. All in the same, probably all in the same circuit. And that one, both these are going to have negative on the east side of the board. Okay. Got you that way. Gonna bring you down, I think. Same thing with you. Actually, we're gonna bring you towards the shield there. Okay. And then C28. Yeah, C28 should also be the last of the 10 microfarad 6.3s. And once again, we're going to have negative on the east side of the board on this one. So and that leaves us looking like this. Oh, I did want to double check on this real quick, because I'm pretty sure I'm reading this right, but yeah, 28, 27, 28, 27, blah, blah, blah. Looking good. I got the right values in there. Almost done. Almost done with the recap, anyhow. Okay. Trying to make sure I don't get any more of those slightly cold joints. Let the iron just sit for a second or two. Solder will flow down and weld in a much more proper manner. Now, top right of the board, we've got 61. Oh, we've got 16 and 58. So 58 is a 1 microfarad 50, which is one of these tiny ass guys. And then 16 is the same. And those are my last two. So I could just pop those guys out, I guess. Pop these guys out. Now, let's see here. Both of these are going to have negative on the west side of the board. I'm going to go ahead. Well, we'll be fine doing it that way. Okay. And same thing. Positive on the west side of the board here. Right. Yeah. And yeah. Looking good. Looking good. Okay. So that leaves us looking like that. Couple seconds on. Couple seconds on. On. Last one. Cool beans. Turn that off because apparently it Okay, so let's go ahead and just start clipping here. Cool. So now we're left with pretty much what I think is all power related, given the size and the capacitance. But we have C60, and you are a 47 microfarad 6.3. That's a 20, or is that a 220? 220. That's a 220. I was gonna say that's kind of chunky for a 20, but also higher voltage too. And then you are another 220, and we were looking for C60, and C60 is a 47. So is it one of these guys? Yeah, it's a 4763. C60 is a 4763. So we'll just go ahead and kind of peel that real fast. We have positive on the south side of the board. I'm bringing a lot of this out of frame, but believe me, it's just easier this way. Alright, so now we got that into place. Move off to the left here. We're going to have C19. And that is a 4763. And we have positive on the south side. I'm going to verify this one because this marking is a little confusing, but I think I'm reading that right. So we're at C19, and C19 is negative up top, right? Okay. Cool. So positive on the south side for C19. And C21 is a 226.3, which is this guy right here. Just double verify again, but we looked at these just 2 seconds ago. A 220, 6.3, positive on the east side. So we do that, and then we do that. And we get you shoved through your little hole there. Do that, and then yes, we could do that. Be fine. And then the last but not least, why do I? Oh, two more. Yes, it should be a 220 and a 10.3. So I think I'm gonna take a guess here. I'm gonna say that this one is gonna be. This is a 220, and this is gonna be the 10 microfarad. So what are we here? We don't have. Is it C62? C21, C62. Oh shit. Let me make sure I got this right. C19, so C53, and C53 is a 4763, which, I'm sorry, that's right, not 10. 47, so this is right here. Just verify. I see 4763, and the positive is on the east side of the board. Okay, get you going through there, get you going through there. That's going to be kind of fun to clip. And then finally, our last guy is going to be the 53. positive on the east side. And then, oh, what are you? Can I make sure I got that right here? You are 64, and 64 is a 220. Yeah. That's what I expected, but just in case. Double check your work. Never know. And it's a lot better to double check yourself than fry something. Because unfortunately with the Lynx, one of the biggest drawbacks is they're not very robust in terms of voltage protection. So if you send the wrong voltages through, chances are you are going to kill the processor. And once you do that, it is game over. There ain't no fixing that. Well, there is if you got a new processor, but yeah, that's a little beyond the pale on that one. I'm going to have to clip that leg first and then solder the one right above it. So we're going to bend that back. Now I can solder. Okay. Yeah, we can get in there. A little bit of pain, but not a big deal. Cool. So that is a recap job on an Atari Lynx completed. Clipping off all these leads. Did I get that one soldered? Yeah, I did. Okay, it just looks so funky from my naked eye perspective. Alrighty. Now we gotta give her a bath here. That's probably why I could have left the copper shielding to the end, but let's go over everything that we can see. Should be good though. A little bit of schmutz on that, but don't really care too much. As long as I got no brown gunk, massive chunks of brown gunk. There she is, folks. Ooh, boy, that feels kind of good. That took me way longer than I thought it was going to. So I don't think I'm actually going to get to the other one today. And I might do this other one I've got off stream. But right now we're gonna finish the job today. We're gonna first of all I gotta find my water because myself is parched. I lost my water. I'd like to get the power system upgraded today because we're here. We have it apart. Holy shit! Where did that go? I had a bottle of water down here and I knocked it somewhere stupid. What did I do with that? Oh, here it is. Okay. So now with the kit that we've got, what is that? Oh, it's just that's a transistor. That's right. Okay. I need to look this up. So we got to go over the, fortunately, instructions for this aren't in the actual wiki. Go to Atari, find the links, and then the voltage regulator rebuild, refresh, tune-up kit with power jack. All right, now I'm going to turn this back on. So, looking at this now, this says basically links to component locations. D13, Q7, Q8 are the transistors, Q12 is the MOSFET. Okay, so we're probably not going to install the optional resistor, but it does look like we are going to have to do everything else. Now, let's start with the power jack. So the kit does come with both through-hole and surface mount Zener diodes because Lynx 1 uses leaded, and then the Lynx 2 does not, so we don't need those, but we'll keep them. Now, there's that, and then I think places this guy right here. So let's go ahead and get back under the scope. And see, you can see just double and triple checking it. It is this guy right here. So let's go ahead and while we're waiting for, we could just probably just going to end up trying with manual. Oh, look at that. Look. Don't even need it. Maybe. Still a little picky here. Let's grab that with a pair of tweezers. I know y'all can't really see this, but here, we'll do it this way. Maybe y'all can look this way. So, grab the barrel jack with a pair of tweezers, and then all I'm doing really is just kind of trying to pull the last little bits through here. There we go. Alrighty. That's the dead one. I'll stick you in the pile of dead parts. And we gotta go and clean up the through holes. Where'd you go? Right there. Okay. So for that, just need some wick. And I got this wick already trimmed up. Yeah, now you're ready, huh? No, I don't frickin' need you. And then just this last little one right here. Perfect. Take our new. So I think the purpose of this is that these new jacks are slightly more robust. Now, here, we're going to do it this way. We're going to just basically tack one of these legs on. Make my life a little easier. Going to use some flux here. Don't really need to do this, but because I'm kind of doing it a little blind and using burnt off solder on the tip, we're going to take advantage of a little flux to make my life easier here. Okay, now you should be held nice in place, and I can actually solder you on properly. Alright. It's just enough to keep it in there, so we're going to go tap the middle pin now. Let's just clean my tip off. You can see how that flux kind of just makes the solder just jump right to where it's supposed to go. Now we've got to clean and just double check to make sure I don't have any bridges on this. I'd say we are good, folks. Cleanly soldered. Looking good. Nice and flush to the board. No melted plastic. Should be good to go. Cool. So now we've got to figure out where the rest of the parts are. So let's see here. D13. This is, well, we found one. Okay. So D13. I wonder if I could do it like I want to do it, which is basically just add a little bit of solder to both sides here rather than. Perfect. Do the old school method of wet and move, and eventually it all pops up. Now, Zener diodes, much like our capacitors, have, I won't say it, polarity is the wrong word. Orientation is definitely a little bit more correct. They've got a proper way. They've got a specific way they're supposed to, because what diodes do is allow electricity to only flow in one direction. So, got to make sure you got that direction correct. Starting to kind of use up this wick here, so try this one more time. Let's get the rest of this off. Okay. So now we've got to locate the Zener diode in the kit. This kit is actually very affordable. I bought the 5-pack and it was like, I don't even know, like $12 or something like that for all of this, so it's pretty cheap. And I'm kind of glad I did, because I ended up having 3 of these to do. Okay, so you can see that black stripe on the end, and the instructions say install with stripe towards R74 TP19. Cool. So that means it should go just like this. Okay. And if we do this right, should just be able to this is so weird. My lighting angles are just, I think it's the white balance from that shield. I see it firing like this. I can't really. Oh, probably because of me. Anyway, what I'm thinking we're going to do, though, is I'm going to pull this off real quick. Set it aside. I'm going to fit one pad here with some fresh solder. Just a bit. Don't need much. And we're going to grab the diode again. And once we got everything into place here, see? Nice and good. And then we can just kind of flip the board around a little bit, because sometimes it just, you're just better off getting a better angle. And then we will go and do the other side. Get a nice good connection. And then for just because the first solder was more of a tack, just to ensure we got a really good connection here. Just a little bit more there. And just do a quick little visual inspection. Probably okay with that. We'll just go ahead and give her the old nudge test. Don't need much pressure. If she doesn't move, she's soldered. Now, I think this guy's Q12. Q12, yes, is a MOSFET that I've got to pull now. Let's see here. I'm just wondering if I need to use hot air for this, or well, I think I will need to use hot air, honestly. So just to make our life slightly easier, we will flood with some fresh leaded. This coil is kind of a pain, right? And I could always heat from the bottom of the board, which I think I'm going to do. So grab like this. There you are. That way, I won't risk damaging the plastic volume wheel. There's literally nothing on the other side of this board, and that inductor too is kind of in the way. So just go ahead and start by this is kind of a pain in the ass. I really can't tell where I am on the board. I guess I was okay. I'll just do this. That makes it a little bit easier on me. Just a little bit of a counterweight. Okay, that should be good. Maybe it was better off using some. Looks like there's a slight bit of adhesive. That little white in the middle there. Burn myself on the board now. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Very hot. I guess the only thing I really worry about on the bottom, which is a pretty big worry, but not really in the way, is the cartridge slot reader. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab the MOSFET out of the pack now. Okay, perfect. MOSFET acquired. And let's get you back into the view here. Alright, I think what we're going to actually do, though, is just clean this up some, since this is going to suck, because this is very thin braid and a very big pad here. Yeah, instantly ruined. Well, not ruined, but instantly used up that bit of braid. Now I'm just going to do the same thing for these. Yeah, it's just a lot of excess. I feel like I could maybe get a little bit more mileage out of the braid, but it's just easier when I work with clean stuff. Trying to be a little conscious of that inductor. I mean, you're not going to really hurt it if you melt a little bit of the plastic off, but just in case. Better not to destroy shit when you don't have to, or if you can avoid it. Alright. Honestly, I think we're good there. Now with this, I think we can just go ahead and literally just hand solder this. I don't think there's any reason for me to use hot air. It is a pretty chunky piece here. I think that with a little bit of flux. Just like so. And just go ahead and a little bit of solder on the tip of my iron. Keep the chip held down. Okay. Oop, 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 oop. Nope. See? Did not tack that down in place properly, but that's okay. Now it should go pretty easy because we got solder on the legs. Oh, it's really being a pain in my ass here, huh? Okay, well, you do not want to go into place, huh? Okay, I might have to reevaluate my approach here. Maybe do a little bit of solder on the pad. There we go. Okay. Now we're properly tacked into place. I can actually go ahead. Do that, and then I'm going to squidge in a little bit of flux down there. And I guess I could always just reheat from the bottom if I felt like I needed to. And some of those capacitors definitely look like I could probably use some more solder on them, but okay, that's good. Let's go ahead and grab this leg and do this one again, huh? Make sure we get a... Oop, I guess I must have just basically tapped into that. Oh, that's another thing too. I'm not... Okay, yeah, I'm good there. Making sure I wasn't burning any plastic. Kind of sort of tapped in that capacitor right there, but really not a huge deal. That's good. And then I can come in here for this ground leg. Alrighty. You are good. And I don't like how I didn't get... There we go. Maybe. Oh, that was the... Fuck. Oops. I completely forgot to clean off that goddamn corrosion. Alright, well, we'll do it now. Yeah, it kind of helps to... When you got leaky capacitors, you should really be kind of wicking the pad off. I'm hoping maybe this will be okay. I mean, thankfully, the PCB was in good shape, so... Yeah. I think we're okay, honestly. But we'll go ahead and... Yeah, that actually did solder. It's just a little funky looking right now, so let's grab some like 180 degree C air real quick just to kind of get all this shit dried off real fast. And we'll see about hoping maybe that little scrubby dub got all the oxidation off. No, it sure didn't. It is not happy. It's not accepting solder. Yeah, you could see. Actually, I could be wrong. I could have literally ate away that entire pad, which is actually kind of looking like it's the case right now. Crap. Yeah, this is why cleaning the area off is more important than anything, and I completely forgot about that. Lord. Alright, well, let's see about maybe just scrape and scrub, and I might be able to make this work. I mean, thankfully, at the end of the day, it's not the worst problem in the world to have, considering where the trace is. There's plenty to work with. We are soldered good to the bottom trace. I just want to kind of see if I'm clearing this crap off. And it's kind of like rusty. And you could even see it like right here too. And could be just burnt flux right there, but it's not happy. Might have gotten lucky now, maybe. Let's just try You know, a little bit of flux always helps. You know. That's as good as it's gonna get. Yeah, I'm not smelling any more burnt fish, so, or dead fish rather. Okay. All right. So next up, after I get this scrubbed, is the last two things are these two transistors, which I believe are the same part, just in a slightly different orientation. Okay. Should have you clean it off nice and somewhat decent now. Kind of burnt some of that flux on there just because it's trying to force that joint to happen. Actually doesn't look too bad now. I scrape too hard to expose the solder mask, or scrape away the solder mask and expose the trace. Anyway, that should be okay. Quite honest, it's like not the end of the world if it wasn't 100% perfect. Alright, so we've got two transistors we've got to get rid of now and replace with something new. They are right here at Q7 and Q8 now. I do believe this would be considered to be Q7 and this is Q8, but they're literally the same part, so just as long as you know where you're supposed to be going. Okay, so this I do think I am going to do with some hot air, and we will just do the normal flood with leaded and lower the melting point some. Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. It's a little bit easier for me to get my soldering iron in there sideways with this metal shielding in the way. Okay. That should be good. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you bridge things or kind of make a mess of things like I just did there. Actually, I wonder. Alright. Cool. Maybe I don't need to use hot air. The old perfect. Look at that. Don't even need to use hot air. Anytime you don't need to use hot air is a good time. Don't mind hot air, but man, it can cause more problems than it can help sometimes, I tell you. Alright, fresh solder wick. Let's clean off these pads some. Okay. A little bit more right there. Get rid of you. And you. Okay, good there. Now, do I want to put it on with hot air? That might honestly be the way to go, because these are pretty tiny. Gonna be a pain in the ass to tack on. show you how small they are. I mean, you can just take a look at my thumbnail and then. Hey, sometimes I love tape reels more than paper tape, but getting them started sometimes is just the biggest pain in the ass. Once you get the plastic going, it's not so bad, but sometimes that first passive is, well, I guess these are transistors, not passives, but first component is sometimes the worst. Alright, come on, motherfucker. Just so this doesn't ping off into Narnia, because he does not give you any extras, unfortunately. Really wish they would give you just one or two extra of every part. I mean, these things cost like literal pennies. Literal pennies. And it would, I mean, I know it was profit oriented and I get that, but holy shit. How small these things are, and the fact that you could just literally get that. I mean, it's pretty rare, but you can get DOA ones too, so. Alright, let's see here. So, we just need to kind of just nudge you just a bit. Now, this is going to be a test. I think we can do it, though. I think, honestly, we can do it. Maybe if I just grab it like that, and then... Okay. Okay. Well, maybe we'll hit it up with some flux and then some fresh. Okay. Alright. Let's get the second one put into place, and then we'll hit both of them with flux. Okay, so we put that back into its place. Now this guy does the other way. Oh wait. No, they both go the same way. Well, I thought there was... No. I mean, thankfully they can only fit one way, but I could have sworn that they were... Okay, well I'm wrong. Anyway. I guess it does make sense considering. Yeah. Oops. Actually, when I first tack it, I just kind of want to hold it down. Okay, so now both of these are going to get a blob of flux. Okay. And let's go ahead and okay. One of these days I'll be proper and actually get a fume extractor, but I don't know. We're all going to die at some point. Seems kind of pointless for the amount of soldering I do every week. Perfect. All transistors are now soldered. We have power jack updated. We've got the diodes and the MOSFET installed. Last thing I really need to do is just clean the area. That should conclude the rebuild process for this Lynx, and hopefully when I put it back together, it fires right up. Unfortunately, I don't really have an easy way of testing this because I don't have a power adapter for it, and I don't think I have a center pin positive DC adapter anywhere. So, could always do bench power supply, but it's just not worth it when it takes like literally like 2 minutes to pull it apart and put it back together again. I mean, I still have to clean the screen and all that shit too, but man, that took me way longer than I expected. I think probably part of my issue is having to read and double check and this and that and struggling with things. And, I got one done in a couple hours. For my first, very, 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 very first Lynx, not a bad day. I just want to make sure these things still work. That's all I really care about. And then pull the screen apart. Get to the plastic lens and gotta scrub out the we've got a lot of cleaning to do on this thing, so it only goes one way now, so it should go. We'll leave the JSTs to the end. I think the ribbon cables, yeah, that's because that's how it goes, right? Just like that, yeah. So we should be able to maybe. Okay, so that's right. These got vertical bails. Pull those up before inserting the cable on both sides. Make your life a little bit easier. Just be very careful. You don't want to pull too hard on these vertical barrels because you can pop them out of socket. You can fix them. It's kind of a pain, but it is possible. More so than the bails on like the switch connectors. This guy's gonna need a little bit of help with some tweezers. Okay. Got you pulled up. Now these are pretty nice. This is why I like old school electronics. Everything is just so much more user friendly. Okay, so now we've got those in. Got some JST connections, one for the speaker, and I guess the other one is power. I think power. It looks like it's coming from the battery compartment. So thankfully, these only plug in one way. Now, is it easier just to do it like this? Yes. Okay. It's probably easier just to do it like this. Oh shit. Maybe it was easier to get that done first. Might have to redo my thinking here on the ribbon cables because I can't really. Yeah. Shoot. Alright, well. Damn it. These are just a pain in the butt to open. Alright, let's see if maybe I can just do this one. Yeah, there we go. That's easier. So the speaker connection's kind of a pain. There's a plastic post right here. So if you've got the LCD ribbon plugged in, you really can't get to it. There we go. That's easy. And then we'll just do the second one as well. What are you catching on? There we go. Fortunately, I think that's the problem with every handheld. Is the assembly is always just a little bit finicky getting all the freaking cables aligned and plugged in right. Alright, got you pulled up. So you should just slide in now. Easy peasy like. That does not feel like it is in correctly. Does not look like it is in correctly. So I'm going to assume it's not in correctly. Okay. Why are you fighting me? Do I have this pulled up all the way? I did, okay. Kind of went in a little crooked. I don't know what it is catching on. There's something it does not like, and I think it's this battery. Yeah, it's the battery. Okay. What are you not happy with? Is it the... In case y'all didn't know, I freaking hate ribbon cables. Everybody hates ribbon cables. Nobody likes these effing things. Necessary evil. Okay. Alright, there we go. That's in. Now that is 100% in, so it's told you in place. And I'll click the bail down. Perfect. Bails down on you. Got everything else plugged in, so that means I should, hopefully, be able to slide you into place, maybe? What is wrong here? It is not happy about something. I think it's this. Post right here. Shit. There we go. Okay. A little bit of I don't know if it's percussive maintenance, but persuasive maintenance. Okay, so now I think, do I put the battery tray in first? So this should go. Well, definitely. Pretty sure it goes like that. Huh. Maybe I should have paid a little bit more attention on disassembly here. Because I don't think. Oh, there are no motherboard screws, but this feels like it's supposed to go like this. No, that's not right. Oh boy. Okay, so how does this go? It goes like this, but it's a big but. I'm supposed to put this in first, then click the. Maybe like that first. Feels more. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Okay, so okay. Then I can take my little black screw. Oh, there's Ben. Oh no, what'd you say, Ben? I can't see you. Working hard and you're just playing Zelda. What Zelda are you playing? Which one? The new one? And I'm working hard because this has been on my bench to do for a while now, and I'm kind of excited because I've never worked on one of these before, and I wanted to get at least one of these recapped and mainly completed. I still have to restore it because there's all this corrosion everywhere. But I'm thinking I'm good. You're playing the new one? Man, I've had it since the launch weekend. I've yet to fire it up. And I've got to. I'm dying. I just have so many other things that I want to do. I just don't have, I know that the moment I start playing that game, it's going to consume my soul, so. I think I should be able to kind of course some batteries into this. But I'm jealous. Actually, not only do I have a copy of that game, I've got two. I've got the collector's edition, which I'm leaving completely sealed, and then a copy for me to play. Because I decided this year that I don't really want to collect software, but I do want to collect Zelda. Zelda's my favorite franchise, so I figured I just focus my efforts there, and that way I can kind of keep things going too far out of control. Alright, so this is a precarious, non-screwed in setup, but I think that should hold everything together, and hey, turn the light off for y'all. So let's choose a game. Everybody, as far as I know, always chooses California games, so let's do that. So hard for me to show this to y'all. There we go, California games. Brightness still works. Volume is still good. It's a little crunchy. Could just be because of how I got it hooked up. Let's see here. Now let's turn the... Man, I haven't played this game in so long. Ooh. Do I just hold right? I do. Alright, let's just check. Backlight turns on and off, and the power goes off. Okay, so this is functional. Once you get past the opening, it's just addictive as hell. I've heard that. I've heard it. And that's kind of like usually the case with every Zelda. Like, Breath of the Wild took me probably I'd say at least like 5 or 6 hours to like really get hooked by it. And I kind of like that, but I heard that they made this one a lot more accessible. And that was what was kind of shitty about Breath of the Wild, was like, I really felt like I couldn't play that game without looking a bunch of stuff up online, and I hate that. I don't want to have to look up cheat guides on the internet to learn how to play the game, and I felt like I really needed to do that with Breath of the Wild. So if they don't have to do that with this one, that's a huge step up. Okay. So let's see here. that is very nice. So that's a good end to that. I'm probably gonna clean some of this up, to be quite honest, because I'm here. Yeah, see? Okay. Okay, so that back cover, we'll start with this. I also got that today. Let's open. No, that's probably not. Oh. What the heck? Finally, after almost 3 weeks, I ordered some USB-C ports for my Switch OLEDs. And God, I'd like to sell those things because I've been sitting on them for freaking ever, and so I really need to get them put together. I think this right here. I will say I'm one of the few that I don't really mind too much about ordering from China. I just know that whenever I do it, it's going to be a long wait. Cool. And let's just verify. These are OLED ports. These are definitely OLED ports. Because they've got that weird... Are they OLED ports? Shit. Well, I swear, they've OLED ports have this weird offset. Yeah. Yeah, you can see how the far left pins are not completely in line with each other. Well, that looks fucking damaged, though. Are they all like that? Yeah, maybe they're all like that. It could just be the bubble in the plastic. And so we got 5, 10, 15, 20. All 20 of these made it. See, you're paying like $5 to $7 a piece for these ports if you get them on eBay. But if you order them from China, I paid, after taxes and shipping, I think I paid like 60 cents per port. So that's definitely the way to go with a lot of things. Some things are just not really worth it. I did order just recently, actually just today, got some Joy-Con rails coming in from Amazon. Now, I looked at China, and what I found was, after taxes and shipping, I was saving like $1, maybe $2, depending on where I went. So, at that point, you got to ask yourself, is saving $1 worth waiting the 3 weeks, or when I can literally get these tomorrow from Amazon, pay a couple dollars more, or even get them next week from some guy on eBay? Is it worth it? And in this case, definitely worth it just to get the frickin' things from Amazon, because I couldn't find a good deal on them in Alley. I was honestly surprised, because I usually can hunt down pretty damn good deals on AliExpress. And yeah, more flexible brush here. It's an acid brush. There we go. I'm usually pretty good at hunting down deals on Alley, which is, to be quite honest, not a very hard thing to do, but when I first started doing this, I was actually ordering a bunch of parts from eBay because I was a little nervous about China, because then it was like, well, I could be waiting 3 weeks, I could be waiting 2 months, and then when it gets here, it could either be fake or not the right part because it's freaking China and they don't give a shit about anything but making money. Well, that is definitely the case. I've found that really, in most cases, get exactly what I ordered. Sometimes I get it in 2 weeks. And very, very rarely do I get ripped off. Now, I just had that recent case of all those M92 chips being bad, which really sucks because those things are like $3 to $5 a pop. I usually buy about 10 of them at a time, so that hurts. But it is what it is, you know. Like, you just kind of deal with it. And when I consider that most of the chips that I got from that guy were absolutely fine, it's tough. It's tough for me to place the blame on that one. Like, was it the guy himself or was it a supplier? You know, there really is no quality control. And of course, like, you know, it's too late for me to file a complaint now, but if I did file a complaint, it's a pain in the ass. They want you to take videos and this and that. I mean, you know, it's pretty easy to just say this shit doesn't work and get a refund. So they definitely want to protect their sellers as well as protect their buyers, but it's just not worth it. And it's too late for me anyway because, like I said, I ordered these chips months ago. And I buy them in bulk so that I don't have to wait when I do run into an M92 problem. You know, I could just open my little suitcase and there she blows. There's a new M92, you know, like. And that way I can give someone a brand new microchip rather than doing a donor pull. But that's why I have donors anyway. Just in case I run out of new stuff or I can't get them anymore, I can just pull it from them. And that actually cleaned up quite nice. Have to say, that cleaned up quite nice. Wish I had some canned air. Good little blowout, but that should be fine. Cool. All right, well, that cleaned up nice. Now we're going to pull the battery tray out here. Plop you back in with your friends. Pull you out. Stick it right there, and then we're just going to go ahead and scrub you down best we can here. Now this is one of the biggest offenders on this build. It's this piece right here, because again, the seller said that this one was non-functional, or actually, you know what? Can't remember if he said this one was non-functional for both of them were untested, but he did note specifically that this one had leaky batteries left in the battery compartment. So I kind of knew ahead of time I was going to be having one with at least some battery acid corrosion to deal with. But when I opened it up, I was quite pleasantly surprised to see how minimal it was, and from what I could tell, and today just verified that the battery terminals were not corroded to the point of non-function. Man, that cleaned up great. Just all surface damage, man. Barely surface. I don't even know if I would really call it surface damage. Just kind of crust. It wasn't even damage. It was just crap on there. Alright, so now we get to go and undo all of our hard work. Alright, I'm going to actually take my time with this because, again, you don't really want to break these frickin' latches. deal, but I don't really know if they have a modern part for it, so cool. Oh, there's that. So now we got to take apart the top half of the shell here, and I'll show you guys. Ooh, I think I just have to. This doesn't feel like it's ever been apart. I think I can just get this off real quick. We can take a look at the screen lens. This is the nice thing about the Lynx compared to the Game Gears, that the Lynx actually uses the ribbon cable, whereas the Game Gear solders this display to directly to the main board. Okay, so there is the Lynx display. It does look like I could probably dust it off a little bit. I'm trying to keep my fingers away from it. The main culprit I wanted to fix right now is, yeah, the inside of this is just crusty dusty. So let's go ahead. Now actually, you know, I wonder, let's just go ahead. I think, are these the same size? No. Okay, good. So all the front panel buttons are basically small tactile switches and hooked into a flex cable, which is this right there. All this is kind of just screwed down using these brackets to hold everything in place. I kind of like this design, to be quite honest. It's a little tedious to get it apart, but the nice thing about the lens is, I believe, even though, oof, yeah, that's fine. So there is no modern replacement for the lens. This is what the buttons look like. That's a little mushy. They feel okay though. Yeah, they feel fine. Still got some good click. I'm gonna leave the membranes and stuff alone. These all felt fine. I might give them a quick. There's some crud on them, so I might give them a quick scrub. The speaker looks to be potentially clipped into place, but I'll just wipe that down a little bit. I don't want to get too much alcohol on it. I think there's a power lead right here. Anyway, you can see this is a graphite flex cable. Alright. Let's put this aside. Now what I wanted to get at, this is just garbage now. Okay, so the buttons are plastic welded into place. That's interesting. I can't say I'm a huge fan of that. The rest of the buttons are just all fitted. Yeah. Okay. They're all the same, so I don't really have to worry about which one goes where. Now, about the screen lens, I was under the impression it was clipped in, and it might be, but I'm not really seeing it. Oh wait, I think that's what they mean. Down here. I don't know if I want to muck with it though. And the only reason I say that is, again, there's no modern replacement for it, and if I broke it, I'd have to literally buy a donor pole, and they're not cheap. And there's no guarantee they're going to come to you not scratched up and shit. Now, I had a roll of paper towels around here somewhere, and I lost it. Okay. But this one was pretty cloudy on the inside, and I was thinking it just might have just been. So we're gonna soak in some alcohol and see if maybe just a quick little scrub will clear things up a little bit here. I mean, I'm gonna clean the plastic as well, but there's not too much of an improvement. Feeling like if I'm going to really do this, I am going to have to pull that lens off. Oh, that's better. Seems like it was more external than anything. Yeah, maybe not. I might have to like go get a plastic buff. It's pretty clouded. Yeah. It's not looking the greatest right now. Trying to find a koala cloth. Maybe this will help a little bit better. It's just looking like it's honestly just plastic showing its age. There's only so much you could do with these plastic lenses, and it is kind of the crappy thing about the Lynx 2, is it uses this crazy custom molded lens. I just don't know. I really don't want to break this. Okay, let's see here. It's pretty stuck in there. And even if I do pull it, I don't know. I just don't know how much I'd be able to clean this. I think I would legitimately have to buff it. I have to go get some plastic buff. I think I'd have to look up just how to get this out. Oh. Okay. Okay, that worked. The bottom half of it out anyway. Those buttons are going to stay like that. Okay. There we go. Look at that. Alright, so let's be able to give this a pretty thorough clean now. And get all the dust off this dust cover. Already there, huh? And so now there's the same thing. There's a whole bunch of crap on the inside of this, so let's wipe this down. That's pretty neat though. So this is the This is the entire lens. And I guess this is why they can't make this a custom part, and they can't make a glass. They probably could, maybe? I don't know. It'd be really expensive is my guess. It's curved, right? And it's got all these weird edges and stuff into it, so I don't know what they could do to produce this new, but whatever I'm going to do here today is not going to solve this clouding issue. I think I'm just going to have to suck it up, or maybe look into a it's fine. And then as soon as the alcohol dries, it just I don't know, it's like the plastic itself is just mottled. I don't know what to say. Like, it's so tough because I want to sell this, but this is kind of not really in rough shape, but it's not in the greatest shape either. Again, I can always just keep my eye out for a new lens and replace it if need be. Let's just go ahead and clean off all this dust while we're here. I think that should do us. So this should go back on the front, just like that. That kind of clips in. Guess while I'm here, might as well clean these buttons off too. There's a little bit of dirt and stuff, and we'll just go ahead and give her a little scrub down, I suppose. Just looks like normal, like just dust. So like, not dealing with anything caked on or soda spills or anything like that. I thought there might have been some sort of liquid damage to begin with, but this is looking pretty good, to be quite honest. Just dust. Oh, so that cleaned up real well. It did. Okay. Cool. That cleaned up nice. Not too happy about the quality of the lens, but you know, for a console that's 35 so years old, and this all just clips back in, and there we go. All right, she's there now. I did have a very, very, very small amount of dust on this. I'm going to be very careful here. A microfiber cloth, and watch the little rubber dust cover, or light bleed cover, or whatever this is designed to be. No fingerprints, no cat hairs, no dust particles left on the screen. They are very, very fragile, so be careful. And I think I actually need to put this back, and then we're going to take a look at this real quick. See if there's anything on here. Grab this, wipe it down some. want to be kind of gentle here because these flex cables and stuff are. Nah, you know what? Screw it. For the membranes, we can use a little bit of force. It's not going to really hurt anything. Just kind of maybe hopefully soak up any dirt and crap on these membrane buttons, but quite honest, they are looking pretty pristine, surprisingly. Looking good. Alright, so now this. Oh, before I do any of that, now grab you boys. Okay. I mean, I'm here. Might as well scrub them with some alcohol. You know, Lord knows the next time someone's going to be in here, might as well get them clean for them as much as I can. Okay. These are all pretty clean, so imagine anything on them is just dust. They do look a lot better now. Okay, bring you back into play. So little buttons have little notches in them, and the notches are meant to line up with the notch in the shell. So I thought. Maybe they don't. Huh. The bottom. Oh shit! I'm doing all of this, and then my dumbass. You know, I start paying attention more. Okay, so we got to clean off the inside of this. It is a little bit of battery corrosion, or some sort of corrosion. Do a real gross cleaning first. And we'll take our acid brush and get into a couple more of these crevices here. Hopefully the next one that I do, I won't have to do as much cleaning on that one, because that one is basically factory fresh. Now that one's not even working. So, you know, first things first, we're going to recap it and see if that brings it back to life. New power system. There is no power. So there is a good shot that the one that I just bought, I'm not going to be able to get working again. But, we'll see. Not a big deal. Like I said, I have multiple working ones now, so guess I do kind of index. That was in there, right? Okay, and then the D-pad is universal. Got that. And we'll just, come on now. Keep the buttons in place, do that. And I could put oh, would help if I was actually putting this on the right way. There we go. Just drops right on in. So the bigger screws are the ones that hold this part in. Grab this. Put together kind of neat. I have to say, I've quite enjoyed working on this. Goes apart easy, puts together easy. You know, minus the screen lens, which is the only kind of pain in the butt. Everything is just all basics Phillips heads, which is again also very, very nice. Okay, so just be real careful not to get my fingerprints all over this shit. And we're gonna have to, so it's hard to show because I don't want to pull the backlight off the screen, but this is an actual fluorescent tube. So, you know, just like the big ones that you're used to seeing in overhead lights, it's just a very, very compact form of that. And a reflective back. It's quite archaic. But that's how they did it back in the day, man, let me tell you. And, you know, y'all backlit LCD kids are very, very spoiled. But for us, when we were young, this was the coolest thing freaking ever, because, you know, we all had, most of us had Game Boys, and, you know, that's the old dot matrix green screens. It was kind of gross looking, and then here comes the Game Gear with this bright ass color LCD screen that sucked up 6 AA batteries quicker than you can blink your eye, which is pretty much the reason none of us had one, because batteries were and are still very fucking expensive. So alright, so let's get her back together again. I'm going to learn from my mistakes here, and we're going to plug in the speaker first. I guess we could plug in the while we're here. This is the backlight power. This one right here on the left, and I'll plug it in now. Careful not to whining on the battery terminals too much. Might have just shocked myself? Maybe? I don't know. Could be a little bit of juice left in these things. Alright, now we should have both bales up. We do. And let's go ahead and just get them plugged in. Alright, that one went in pretty well. Nope, did not. I lied. Well, it went in well, but I didn't attach it well. Come on. There you go. Keep your thumb on the ribbon when you push the bail down. It'll... No, it's not locking in. What the heck? So something is not right here. What am I doing wrong? Okay. I might not be pushing it in far enough. Or did I just not actually slide it in there? Alright, let's take a look. Let's do it like this. So let's get a little bit more light on the... You can't do it like that. Can't manipulate it and keep it in... Alright, okay. Yeah, I was definitely not. There we go. Now it's plugged into place. Yeah, I just wasn't... Oh, fuck me, dude. Alright, like I said, keep your freaking thumb on the... I think next up on the docket for these things is I'm actually going to find a workable power supply. Really? You're gonna do this to me like that? There we go. Okay, if I could just remember right, I just had to kind of just... Hero was singing the praises about how easy this was to work on, and this part is kind of a pain. Shit. Well, alright, so we're gonna do it this way. Instead, we'll kind of see if we can blindly maybe plug these things in. Can't though. So almost like you got to keep it in line with this post and not go past it, because once you go past this post, it's going to make sliding it back into the shell a lot more of a pain in the ass. Man, how did I get this to work so quickly the first time? And now I'm struggling. I figured I'd be a lot quicker this time since I got it to work the first time. Do it like this, maybe? No, it's the same scenario. So now, alright, let's see here. Yeah, it's literally the same problem. What am I doing wrong here? It should not be this difficult. Needs to go in like so. Maybe we just do it like this. Kind of get everything lined up. Yeah, there we go. Maybe that's how we do it. Or not. It's just difficult because there's no room for me to get my fingers in here to line this thing up. I really don't want to damage these ribbons either. See, that kind of sort of went in, but not all the way in. Okay, the big offender is in. Now, can I get the little one in now? That's sort of not right on the other one either, but we'll fix that in a second. And get this one in straight. Okay, that one went in okay. Locked into place. The other one is slightly off, or maybe not. Take a look at it real quick. Just want to make sure it is. Yeah, it should be okay. Okay. And then the... Hey, Felch, I'm sorry if I missed you. It's good talking to you again, man. Maybe I'll see you around tonight, play some games. Okay, now, how did I get this? I remember this did feel right. Okay, let's keep working at you here. So that's got to go down. That's the weird thing. That's how it goes. There we go. There we go. Back into place. Not the most. That one. That's kind of shitty, but whatever. Alright, there's my screws. And we'll get you going. Perfect. Now, all we have left to do, let's plop on our freshly restored rear shell. Put some screws in. One more final sanity test for power. And then I'm going to end stream. Okay, so got that done. And I'm going to take our lovely little flash cart, plop you in. I'm still sick of that thing being the way it is. There we go. That's so much nicer. Now I'll cut my finger up on this damn sharp ass plastic like I did last night. Okay, so this one is like this, and then like this, and then flop you in, you are like that, and like that, and we flop you in, and well, we gotta clean that thing off too, but we will do that in a second. Not a huge deal. Dude, you work. Hey, she still works. All right. Honestly, like the screen lens doesn't look too bad until you shine some light on it. Might have to talk to some people smarter than I to see if I can restore it. Uh-oh, one of these buttons. Yeah, that button doesn't feel good. Alright, so I got a problem. My A button is not right. Yeah, that's a problem. Fuck. Okay. Well, we know the unit works. So that's kind of really where I wanted to leave it. I gotta go fix this A button now. I don't know what I did to it, but maybe I put it in wrong. I could have put it in wrong, I guess. Well, let's see here. That kind of sucks. Because I have to take off a lot to get back to that again. But I have to because I don't want to put the rubber back on before. Alright, so I'm just going to leave that as it is and not even joking, like I'll fix it some other time. I just wanted to get the cap job under my belt today so that when I go do the one I'm going to keep for myself, I know I'm not going to destroy it. Alright, so this, how'd you go? Plastic, where's plastic at? But where'd my plastic thing go? You are mostly repaired. Well, my plastic tool has disappeared on me, it looks like. Which kind of sucks. Alright, so this, gotta make sure to keep this intact, because that's for multiple links. Well, I just somehow lost my plastic tool. It's around here somewhere. Oh, there it is, right there. But, alright. I just don't want to. I want to scrape at this rubber, whatever this rubber foam is. It got eaten away somewhat. Boy, it's literally just sucking up the alcohol. Yeah. Well, I don't want to like oversaturate this with alcohol because I don't know. I guess it's like neoprene. Not a huge deal for me. I could easily replace that if I needed to. But yeah. Cool. I'm gonna call it a day on that. Quite honest, I really don't feel like ripping this thing apart again. Maybe I'll just start off tomorrow, since tomorrow's my repair stream. We will be working on some Nintendo Switches again tomorrow. I'm gonna be tearing into an OLED, and maybe I'll just start off with this guy, and we'll get that button sorted. I don't know what the heck I did, but it's the only one that's not happy. Everything else in this thing is just fine. That volume wheel feels a little crunchy too, but alright, well that's some food for thought. Okay. Still, very, very, very cool. We'll have to probably end up replacing the rubber adhesive with some double-sided tape. That's fine. I've got plenty. Thank you for everybody who stopped by, left a comment, said anything. Any of you guys watching in the future, do appreciate you checking me out. I stream every Saturday and Sunday. Usually on Saturdays I do mods and stuff like that, and on Sundays I do straight repairs. But yeah, I usually start off around 11 to noon Central Standard Time and go on for 4 or 5 hours if I can. Got a little late start today, but hopefully tomorrow I will be either early or on time, and we'll get some stuff fixed up. And I'll hopefully see you guys here tomorrow. Anyway, it is time for me to go and get some dinner and relax and have a good evening. I hope you all do the same. If I don't see you tomorrow, I hope you all have a good weekend. And maybe I'll see you here next week. If not, see you here tomorrow possibly. So, yeah.